Om Swastiastu. Om Awignamastu Namasidam. Om Mano Badra Katapo Yatu Wiswata. Om Swastiastu. Om Om Swastiastu. Om Awigana Namasidam. Om Mano Badra Ketlapo Yatu Wiswata. Yoyang Widi, may there be no obstacle hinder your life and my good talk come from your direction. The board of jury and participants of Dharma discourse and ladies and gentlemen of Umat Dharma people. First of all, we are grateful for the gift of Sang Yang Widiwasa to opportunity APM in this good event to increase your knowledge, Ayurveda secret or ajaran suci Veda, and increase your Krana Bhakti to achieve like that. Boksar Om Swastiastu. Om Awigana Namasidam. Om Mano Badra Ketlapo Yatu Wiswata. Yoyang Widi, may there be no obstacle hinder your life and my good talk come from your direction. The board of jury and participants of Dharma discourse and ladies and gentlemen of Umat Dharma people. First of all, we are grateful for the gift of Sang Yang Widiwasa to opportunity APM in this good event to increase your knowledge, Ayurveda secret or ajaran suci Veda, and increase your Krana Bhakti to achieve like that. Oksartam Jagadita Yachati Dharma. The board of jury and participants of Dharma discourse. I will introduce myself. My name is Madi Gustin Gilang Priangga. People used to call me Gilang. I am a Papuan with a Balinese root. On this happy occasion, I will bring you a material with the theme of Theory 3 Takarana Short Tolerance of Religious Life. 3 Takarana Short Tolerance of Religious Life are 3 examples we may do of creating a harmonious relationship between human and God or Sang Yang Widiwasa. And 2. Creating a harmonious relationship between human and human. And 3. Creating a harmonious relationship between human and environment or God. Establish a relationship between human and Sang Yang Widiwasa we can do by 3 examples, namely Trisanja and daily prayers. Nitya Karma Puja or yatnya we do on every day are 2 examples, daily prayers and Trisanja. Naimitika Karma Puja or yatnya we do on certain days are 3 examples we do on prayer in full moon tilam, 2. Prayer in the feast day, and 3. Prayer in the Piodalan moment. Creating a harmonious relationship between human and the other, we can release with the attitude and behavior of mutual respect and respect fellow citizens without saying difference, cultural, ethnic, religion, racial background or sara, because God created us to be diverse of results gift, like a flower in garden is very beautiful. The board of jury and participants of Dharma discourse. We are now in Indonesia are 6 namely religion, namely Islam, Hindu, Christian, Catholic, Buddha, and Konghucu. Islam is a beautiful, Hindu is love, Christian efficient, Buddha is peaceful, and Konghucu is harmony. What a beautiful, peaceful, and harmony. Love among religion between us. No ethnic conflict between us. Agree? Let's learn from the caste conflict religion on the Ambon. And let's learn from the caste of religion conflict in Poso. And last, let's learn from the caste of religion due to racism in Surabaya and Malang against the nation ethnic group in this country. Let's show all generation to be safe. It will not happen and again in the future. The board of jury and participants of Dharma discourse. In Vasudeva Kutumbakam, in fact, we are all brother. This world like a house inhabited by one family. Because we are family, there is no reason from each other, and mankind of such person in good creation. It will watch of person it impact on global warming and know of humanity suffer in from all in all difference. The boards usually and participants of Dharma discourse. The part of Tritakarana is creating a harmonious relationship between human and the environment. We can do by protecting, saving, and preserving for matter. We must pay a matter and will hurt and destroy your life. Thus, we have maintained and the future needs to without combination. For example, we may take the content from needs of without. And for example, now, if we cut the wood, if don't forget to preservation and don't forget to reverse again. And now, it quickly make an impact on global warming and mankind of humanity suffer. The board of juri and participants of Dharma discourse. And this my Dharma Wacana review today. I hope it can be a lead to your life to be happy with other and be appreciated for all difference in create a religion communities. So, whatever food we eat, we always drink society. However your race, we are still Indonesia. However your religion, I still Indonesia. However your ethnic, I still Indonesia. Jayate Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, on this Dharma Wacana, please allow me on this pandemic. COVID-19 remind to you to follow national authority to be advanced and protecting yourself by each other. We can do by use the mask cover your mouth and nose. Wear 6 apart from each other when it's life for you. 3. Get the COVID-19 vaccine when it is available to you. And 4. Avoid and fully ventilate indoor space. And 5. Wash your hand often water and don't forget to use the hand sanitizer. This all my Dharma Wacana review today. I hope it can be useful for all of us. Thank you for attention. Good morning and thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Awigenamastu Namosidam. Om Swastiastu. Om Anubhadra Kartawa Yantu Wiswata. First of all, I would like to say thanks to the Master of Ceremony who has given me a chance to deliver my speech. And I would like to say thanks to the presence of Ida Sanghyang Widwasa for the blessing and mercy so I can stand here in good health. The honorable adjudicator, the honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to deliver Dharmawacana entitled Tirtatra as the main yatnya. Ladies and gentlemen, we are no longer straying hearing the word of Tirtayatra because nowadays Tirtayatra has become a lifestyle of Hindus, both on individually or on a community. Hindus has Tirtayatra as one of spiritual programs to offer yatnya respectfully. On the other hand, Tirtayatra has become obligatory programs that must be implemented. Sometimes it starts from family, friend, like at office, or community. As been said in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, sloka 14, it stated, Daiviyesa gunamayi mama maya duratyaya mamme vaye prapatyante mayam etam tarantite. It means, my divine energy mana, consisting of three modes of nature. It's very difficult to overcome, but those who surrender unto me grows over it easily. This sloka is a very deep, meaning who does people who want to increase their worship and get focused by doing meditation and trisanya in yatnya. By hearing this sloka, it makes us become more curious about why Tirtayatra assumed as main yatnya. Anyone knows? Well, brother and sister, Tirtayatra had actually been concluded since ancient times by Hindu people. Several holy places or temples have been visited in order that people get the enchantment and get prosperity. That's why Hindu people believe Tirtayatra is the easiest yatnya and everybody can do it. Bhagawan Vaiswana to Prabhu Janemaya as mentioned in Sarasa Musaya chapter 279. Sada dari drai rapihi, cakyam praptum naradip, ditahi bigamanam punyam yajrinapi visiyate. It means, Tirtayatra is the holiest yatnya. It can be implemented even by daridra or poor people as long as it based on sincerity. By hearing this sloka, it makes us become more clear that Tirtayatra can be implemented by all Hindu people. It doesn't matter who they are, how they are, those who are poor, those who are rich. All of us have the same change to be able to implement Tirtayatra as our worship to the God. Literally, ladies and gentlemen, Tirtayatra is a Sanskrit word that consists of two words, Tirtha and Yatra. Tirtha means holy water or sacred water, such as pond, river, or lake. Actually, Tirtha is a representation of water. Tirtha or water is one of the main elements in the world that has the ability to purify. That's why Hindu people believe water can purify their soul and body. Yatra means holy journey or pilgrimage. Hence, Tirtayatra means holy journey with a sincere intention in order to obtain a holy water. Commonly in Bali, Yatra means tangkil or visiting pura or temple and do the worship. In other ways, Tirtayatra also be a spiritual experience that such as pond, river, or lake. In Sarasa Musaya, place that categories as a holy place are pura, temple, campuhan, or the joining of two more streams of water, river, lake that has a shrine. Ladies and gentlemen, Tirtayatra is not an ordinary journey to sanctify those places, but to improve our belief in the truth of Hinduism, to increase our devotion, and to admire the omnipotence of God and all of His manifestation or Asta Dewata. Dear brother and sister, in Hinduism, there are three ways to believe their belief. It's called Tri Pramana. First is Agama Pramana. It's the belief based on information from teacher, saint, seven who have an experience. Second is Anumana Pramana. It's the belief based on natural phenomena around us. And last one is Pratyaksa Pramana. It's the belief based on our own I say. Then, which way that Tirtayatra is concluded in? During the Tirtayatra, the yatri or the participants will hear the story of holy place that have visited. They will experience natural phenomena and she will directly omnipotence of God. That's why Tirtayatra is completely inconclude during three Paramana. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about Bhakti to the Sanghavidi, this explained in Bhagavate Purana 7.5.23 explain 9 form devotional service or Bhakti to the Sangyang Vidi. Those 9 form is called Nawa Vida Bhakti, namely Srawanam, Kirtanam, Semaranam, Dasyam, Padasewanam, Archanam, Pandanam, Sakyam, and Atmani Vedanam. Let me give you more explanation. When the yatri hear the story of holy place that have visited, it's called Srawanam. When the yatri worshipping through song to adore Ida Sayavidi, it's called Kirtanam. When the yatri doing meditation and get focused by doing Puji Trisanya or Panca Sembah, it's called Semaranam. When the yatri curbs their ego, it's called Dasyam. When the yatri praise Ida Sayavidi by bronze god food, it's called Pada Sewanam. When the yatri praise Ida Sayavidi through Pura, Arya, or Pratima, it's called Archanam. When the yatri adore Ida Sanghavidi by all of his manifestation or Asta Devata, it's called Vandanam. When the yatri believe God always be with him, it's like friend, it's called Sakyam. When the yatri surrender themselves to Ida Sanghavidi, it's called Atmani Vedanam. Whole Tirtayatra activity is the embodiment of Nawa Vida Bhakti. That's why Tirtayatra is the prime. Dear brother and sister, Tirtayatra is a spiritual activity that purifies human body and mind. Tirtayatra directs us to healthy soul and body, peaceful discipline, honor, holiness, peace, and unity in the Almighty of Ida Sangyang Widi. By doing Tirtayatra, we will be able to catch the purify of mind, the purify of speech, and the purify of behavior, in which all of them are contained in the teaching of Trikaya Parisuddha. If we have got it, we will find the peace, harmony, and unity. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know that now we are facing the coronavirus pandemic in all over the world, moreover in Indonesia. The total number of people are infected is increasing day by day. It's clearly influenced people activity in all sequence: economic, tourism, education, social experience, as well as spiritual activity. So the question is how we can do Tirtayatra in this pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, certainly we still can carry out Tirtayatra with health protocol, wearing mask, washing hand, and keep distance. Even though we must have health protocol, it doesn't decrease the value of Tirtayatra itself. Dear audience, in conclusion, Tirtayatra is not an ordinary journey to pray, but it contains self-restraint and self-control. The aims of Tirtayatra are to improve of holiness, of faith. Tirtayatra is built with harmony, bhakti, holiness of spirit and mind, and not just lifestyle or self-image. That's a Tirta Yatra. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all about my Dharma Wacana. I hope it will be useful for us. I do apologize if I have some mistake. Thank you so much for your kind and attention. And finally, I close Dharma Wacana with Parama Santi. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namosidam. Om Anubadrah Kertawiyantu Wiswata. Hopefully, all positive thinking will come to us from all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to offer my humble obeisance to God because He is giving us His mercy. By His mercy, we can all gather here and to attend this event. I surely hope that this event will be a benefit for all. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ikade Dwi Arya Divananda, a representative from West Nusa Tenggara. So today, in this very beautiful occasion, I would like to talk about what happened recently in our beautiful country, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, during this pandemic, we all have been through and struggling through a lot of struggles, right? Such as socially, mentally, or even physical health. We all been through that, right? I believe most of us have been through all of that. But the government, our leader, seems like they don't care about us. And somehow they just want to make themselves richer and richer and richer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is not a great example of a leader. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I am standing here and I want to tell you an essence of being a leader in Hindu and how do we implement it in our daily life. But before that, let's talk about leader itself. According to Cambridge Dictionary, a leader is someone who is in control of a situation, communication, or even a nation. But how do we define a leader? Back in the past, a leader was defined by a blot line. That means only a certain groups of people can become a leader, but not now. Everyone can become a leader in this era of 4.0. Everyone should step up and become a future generation's leader. Okay, that we talk about all about the leadership part. Now, what does our religion Hindu says about this subject matter? This subject matter is very important for us, especially a young generation leader, because we are the future generation leaders and we are the hands of the future. There's a lot of examples, but in this occasion, I would like to talk about two things, Bhagavata Purana and Ramayana. So, let me start. In the last canto of Bhagavata Purana, there's a list of predictions and prophecies about the dark times in the present age, the Kali Yuga. These predictions have been written over 5,000 years ago by sage Vedavyasa, which are very amazing. Why? Because it is so accurate about what is happening in the world right now. We can see his first predictions on Bhagavata Purana 12.2.1 that said, religion, truthfulness, cleanliness, tolerance, mercy, duration of life, and physical strength will all diminish day by day because of the strong influence of the age of Kali. Ladies and gentlemen, by that first, we can understand that the characteristics of the Kali Yuga age are appearing in this era. First, we can see that there's not a lot of people who are interested in learning and doing their spiritual life. They wanted to be free, and they broke all of the regulations that are there. Once again, they wanted freedom, so they just do whatever they wanted to be. That is not really a great example according to Hindu. Characteristics of those ages are different. In Hindu, the stages of life are divided by 4. Satya Yuga, where world is all goodwill and nice. And then there's Treta Yuga, where the vice was introduced, but the goodness were still dominant. And then there's Treta Yuga, there's Dwapara Yuga, were an even greater between the good and the bad. And finally, the Yuga that we've been experiencing for over 5,000 years ago, the Kali Yuga, the darkest age, where the right becomes the wrong and the wrong becomes the right. Everyone is in confusion, and that is why it is much, much, much more important do. There's one more example that we can learn about leadership, and that is Ramayana. Ladies and gentlemen, Ramayana was an epitome of love, wisdom, goodwill, and of course, leadership. We can see how Lord Rama rescued Goddess Sita from Ravana. I'm sure that everyone here have heard or even see how he gloriously saved Goddess Rama from Ravana. We can learn so much things from Ramayana. First is planning and vision. Lord Rama's vision was clear, is to rescue Queen Sita. And Lord Rama have a perfect plan and a perfect execution about how to achieve that goal. That we as a great leader should possess that. We need to have a clear vision and a clear strategy to go with it to achieve our goals in our society. Second of all is giving trust and gaining trust from the employee. When Ravana and Lakshmana were abducted by Ravana, there's one employee named Hanuman who risked his life to save both of them. What on earth possessed Hanuman to save both of them and just to risk their life? It is because Hanuman trusts them as the king or as a leader. And that is what we need to possess as a future generation's leader, is to give trust and to gain trust from our employee. Third is humility. Rama was an epitome of humility. We can see that he is kind, he is wise, and he is truthful with his act. And that is, we need to possess that as a future generation leader. We need to be wise, we need to be kind, and we need to be truthful to others. And we need to treat our employees or even this society as a human. Fourth is adaptability of utilizing all of the resources surrounding. Lord Rama was born as a king, but one day he came to an exile, but somehow he still managed to save Queen Sita from Ravana. This means that a leader should utilize everything of her around his surrounding so that he can achieve his goals. Ladies and gentlemen, according to those guidelines, Bhagavata, Purana, and Ramayana, we can learn that as a future generation leader, we should step up and cement ourselves. We need to become a great leader for our future. I hope that this topic will become talk and talk and talk again more and more so that our next generation have the same knowledge as us to create a better future for our society. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this marks the end of my Dharmawacana. I surely hope you get an insight from my Dharmawacana. I would like to offer my humble sorry if I have mistaken something in my Dharmawacana. I close it up with chanting Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om. Thank you.
Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Anubhadra Kertawayantu Wiswata. Hopefully, noble talk come from all directions. Dear honorable judges, distinguished audiences, ladies and gentlemen, may God bless you and keep you in His loving care. First of all, let us thank God, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, for His greatness. We can gather in this place in healthy and peaceful condition. My name is Rizky Sahat Febriansyah. On this beautiful occasion, I would like to share about faith and devotion. Faith in Sanskrit is Shraddha, and devotion is Bhakti. Dear ladies and gentlemen, what do you want from your life? Do you want to be respected by others? Do you want to be holy? Do you want to live in heaven? Or do you want to be safety in your life? All of those questions will be fulfilled by faith and devotion. Why? Because faith and devotion is the strongest foundation in Hindu to achieve what we hope or expect in our life. Then, how faith and devotion work in Yajurveda chapter 19 sloka 30 state, Sradaya Satyam Apnoti, Sradam Satye Prajapati, means with Shraddha, one will reach God, with Shraddha toward Satya. Shraddha is used as a strongest foundation in Hindu in order to be closer to God. Shraddha can also guide people to the right path or Satya. Shraddha consists of 5 parts. There are 5 faiths or Pancha Shraddha, respectively. First, believe in God Almighty or Brahman. Eko Narayana Nadvityo Astikaschit means the God is the one with the many without the second. He is Anandi Ananta, beginning and not ending. He is the source of all that exists, Janma Dhyasa Yatah. And He can show His form to the world by avatar. Second, believe in Atman. Bhagavad Gita chapter 10 sloka 20 state, Aham Atma Gudakesa, Sarva Bhutasa Yastitah. Aham Adischa Madhyamcha, Bhutanam Anta Ewacha, means, O Gudakesa or Arjuna, I am Atma, seated in the hearts of all creatures. I am the beginning, the middle, and the variance of beings. Atma is an awareness that in fact human beings are brothers, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. With this awareness, people can tolerate, befriend, respect each other, and respect social differences. Tattvam Asi. Third, believe in the law of karma pala. Etymologically, karma pala means the result of the action we do. Based on the time of action done, we receive the pala from a karma that can be divided into 3, respectively. 1. Sanchita karma pala. For our action in the past, we receive the result in this life. 2. Prarabdha karma pala. For our action done at present, we receive the result at present. 3. Kriyamana karma pala. The result of our action at present that haven't finished, we have to experience the result in the future. 4. Believe in reincarnation or punarbhava. Bhagavad Gita chapter 2 sloka 22 state, Wasamsi jirnani yata wihaya, nawani gernati naro parani, tata sarirani wihaya jirnani, anyani samyati nawani dehi. Means, as a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts material bodies, giving up old and useless ones. Reincarnation experienced by the Atma itself. Punarbawa give impetus to mankind to always do good in order to achieve perfection. If the human karma not good, he get opportunity to reincarnate to improve his lack of karma. Fifth, belief in moksha. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 sloka 7 state, Citatmanah prasantasya, paramatma samahitah, sitosna sukadukesu, tata manapa manayoh. Means, for one who has conquered the mind, the super soul is already rich, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, head and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. Those all are Pancasarda. Please always keep them in your mind as the strongest foundation to achieve what do you want in your life. Ladies and gentlemen, then what is devotion or bhakti? Devotion or bhakti is method or action to implement Pancasarada in order to achieve power to fulfill what we hope or expect in our life. Our devoted action shall be focused, concerned, and commit on Pancasarada. In devotion, we don't have reasons why we do that and come out from natural emotions, not coercion. Bhakti is the foundation of religion. Bhakti is devoted way that can be combined with the other three paths. There are Jnana, Karma, and Rajapat. Basically, the other three paths require bhakti to make the path easier and make the person stronger in facing the problems that might arise in life. In devotion, there are no such binding rules. The point is, there is a sense of devotion or attachment to Pancasarada. Bhakti path is a true search for God, a search that begins, continues, and ends with love. A moment of deep longing for God's love will bring us eternal freedom. Bhakti, as Rishi Narada cited in Narad Bhakti Sutra, is profound love for God. When man reaches it, he will love all, hate no one, reach peace and happiness. Happiness is state of mind or feeling characterized by pleasure, love, contentment, enjoyment, and joy. Dearest ladies and gentlemen, we can conclude if you do Pancasarada and Bhakti seriously, sincerely, and faithfully, I guarantee you successfully get what you want in your life. Once more, I remind you to put God first in every your action. Remember that it's your body, there is Atma. Strongly believe the karma pala, strongly believe the punarbhava, and have never missed out moksha. Without Srada and Bhakti, nothing has value and nothing can be achieved. Without Srada and Bhakti, everything is worthless. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I can share to you. Hopefully, you get something important and please share it to your family, friends, leaders, and surrounding. I end with Paramasanti. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om.
Swastiastu. Dear honorable judges, fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen, with nearly 1 billion people, or approximately 14% of the world population belonging to the faith, Hinduism is the third largest religion on this planet. It is also the oldest surviving religion and may have existed for more than 7,000 years. Hindu have more gods than any other religions, and some sources may say it exceeds 300 million gods, like Shiva, Vishnu, and Ganesh, just to name a few. And all of this only highlights the fact that Hinduism is a very large and diverse religion, and within it exists a plural society. And why is that so? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if one were to study the Vedas between the lines, one would see a religion of harmony. One point of difference between Hinduism and any other religions is that in Hinduism, we pass from truth to truth, from a lower truth to a higher truth, and never from error to truth. For example, it is common knowledge that the sun rises from the east. One could also say that the sun is an object in space, while the earth is merely spinning around the sun. Granted, both of them are true, but one of which is a higher form compared to the other. Hence, the Vedas should be studied through the eyeglass of evolution. They contain the whole history on the progress of religious consciousness, until religion has reached perfection in unity. It should be known that the Vedas are anadi, eternal. The meaning of the statement is not, as is erroneously supposed by some, that the words of the Vedas themselves are eternal, but it's the spiritual laws inculcated by the Vedas such. These laws, which are immutable and eternal, have been discovered by great men or rishis at various times, though some are forgotten now, while others are preserved. When several people from various angles and distances have a look at the sea, each man sees a portion of it according to his own horizon, though each man may say that what he sees is the real sea, for all of them speak the truth. For all of them see portions of the same wide expanse. And so does our religious scriptures. Though they seem to contain varying and conflicting statements, they all speak the truth. When one sees a mirage for the first time, he often mistakes it for reality, and after vainly trying to quench his thirst in it, learns that it is a mirage. But whenever he sees such a phenomenon in the future, despite the apparent reality, the idea that he sees a mirage always presents itself to him. So is the world of Maya to Jivan Mukta. In Bhagavad Gita 4:11, Krishna says, "O Partha, in whatever way I am approached, in that way would I respond. All men, by whatever path, come to me." This means that people may search God through many paths and many beliefs, but in the end, it will come to God eventually. Hence, Hinduism is not a monolithic tradition. There isn't a single unified Hindu opinion on things, and there is no single unified path that defines our faith. There are several ways in which a Hindu could reach understanding of God. The four largest being Vaishnavism, Shaivism, Shaktism, and Smartism. Furthermore, there are numberless schools of thought, or sampradayas, expressed in tens of thousands of guru lineages, or paramparas. Each and every one of them is independent of one another. In a very real sense, this grand tradition can be defined and understood as 10,000 faiths gathered in harmony under a single umbrella called Sanatana Dharma. Ladies and gentlemen, in order for us Hindus to live and coexist alongside one another, we needed to reach a society that embraces pluralism. According to Diana Eck of Harvard University, she stated that, first, pluralism is not diversity alone, but the energetic engagement with said diversity. Diversity can and has meant the creation of religious ghettos with little traffic between or among them. Today, religious diversity is a given, but pluralism is not a given. It is
Om Awiyagana Mastu Namo Sidam. Om Sidirastu Tat Astu Swaha. Om Swastiastu. First, let's say Sidirastu to Ida Sang Yang Widi, because that all of us came in this room in a beautiful atmosphere that full of happiness and peace, in a healthy of physical and spiritual. Allow me to join the service of Utsawa Dharmagita, as well as Sang Yang Widi give the word in the summary Dharma discourse. The theme is Gender in Religion Hindu. People of Dharma in happiness. Nowadays, in our social life today, so many emerging issues related to gender issues. The word or term gender is interpreted as a problem for women. Discussion on gender issues, consider it as the discussion of an effort to increase role and rights of women. Based on the realities of social life elected, then I can find messages Dharma with title Gender in Religion Hindu. According to the dictionary, meaning of the word gender Indonesian, gender means gender. It relates to a human in the sense that humans share and differentiate by sex. In English, specifically called by the term sex, gender understanding also. Based on such understanding, then men by sex were divided into two groups, namely men and women. Men in Melanese language Kalanang and women as a history who has a masculine and feminine nature. In the Sastra Veda, the human in Sanskrit divided into man and Swanita. Also called as Purusha and woman is Pradana, a term that is deeper and more subtle, men are Lingga and women as Yoni. So smooth said it would interpret the essence of human existence as male and female. People of Dharma in happiness. Definition and gender status is not horizontal but vertical. This means that three is a different treatment between men and women, where women are given equal rights and opportunities as men. This happens in various social aspects. Well, especially when connecting with other professions of the existing other tradition, when us person is considered of the host. In the society, men have the freedom to choose and perform their obligations outside the home, according to their talents, capabilities, and opportunities that can be achieved to meet the needs and bring prosperity and happiness for the whole family. In the Balinese tradition, when as Purusha is considered to be the mind, the right to continue descent, entitlement to inheritance, the right more on the business of education, and so forth. So, where is the position of a man? In various traditions customary in our country, in addition to the tasks, with child, serve the husband, serve with the needs of the household, and other obligations related to the duties of a husbandman. Women are at the opposite side with husband. People of Dharma, gentlemen, do not realize that the value and dignity of a nation, household, family determined by women. In the Veda, A Hindu religious scripture is a legal standard that becomes the main reference in the meaning of its issue. Veda is the source of all sources of human law because it contains the nature of the law eternal Brahman. Similarly relating to the status and gender segment for humans. In Hindu society, gender in the sense of human as man and women have noble status. Look at the pictures of gods as a form of cosmic force supra always depicted as male. Likewise, our glory and power is always depicted as a woman. Might and excellence by Veda described as male, while the glory, intelligence, dignity, and compassion is always depicted as a woman. Revelation of the letters contained in the Vedas illustrates that the gender in its difference from basically have the equivalent status. Let us think are written in Rig Veda 3.53.4. Jayat Astam Maghavan Setu Yoni. It means, Oh Sang Yang Indra, the wife is actually a manifestation of the host. It is the basis of prosperity of the family. The Yajurveda 19.94. Patni Sukratam Bibharti. Its meaning, by carrying out religious ceremonies, or say, without the presence of women yajna is not perfect. People of Dharma in happiness, so noble and noble Veda pay tribute to women, which in this case will refer to specific tasks on the responsibility of women. When in social life during this time, a woman is considered an unfooting against everything that concerns the well-being and general happiness. But Vedanta reminds us that women have a vital position and function. In Hindu society, men have the freedom to choose and perform their obligations outside the home, according to their talents, capabilities, and opportunities that can be achieved to meet the needs and bring prosperity and happiness for the whole family. So men have generally been accepted as eligible to engage in activities outside the home, while women perform the obligations administering and managing the family with all his ability. Education of children, in this case, be a specific task under responsibility of a man. So in this case, women are the spearhead of family morality. People of Dharma and happiness. In the Vedas, human status by gender race similar. Men and women have the same opportunities and position. Men's obligation outside home, while women are leaders in their home. Equality what's intended by the Veda is equality mutualism, meaning specifically both have rights and is best dharma. Nothing is greater than one. Man without a woman is shadow in the dark, as well as the woman without man is a river without water. People of Dharma and happiness, there's the message that Dharma I can say, at the time it might be able to add to our understanding on gender in religion Hindu, and hopefully Sangyang will bestow al-waranugraha to all of us. Om Sama Sampurnaya Swaha. Om Santi 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Dear honorable judges, fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen, with nearly 1 billion people, or approximately 14% of the world population belonging to the faith, Hinduism is the third largest religion on this planet. It is also the oldest surviving religion and may have existed for more than 7,000 years. Hindu have more gods than any other religions, and some sources may say it exceeds 300 million gods, like Shiva, Vishnu, and Ganesh, just to name a few. And all of this only highlights the fact that Hinduism is a very large and diverse religion, and within it exists a plural society. And why is that so? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if one were to study the Vedas between the lines, one will see a religion of harmony. One point of difference between Hinduism and any other religions is that in Hinduism, we pass from truth to truth, from a lower truth to a higher truth, and never from error to truth. For example, it is common knowledge that the sun rises from the east. One could also say that the sun is an object in space, while the earth is merely spinning around the sun. Granted, both of them are true, but one of which is a higher form compared to the other. Hence, the Vedas should be studied through the eyeglass of evolution. They contain the whole history on the progress of religious consciousness, until religion has reached perfection in unity. It should be known that the Vedas are anadi, eternal. The meaning of the statement is not, as is erroneously supposed by some, that the words of the Vedas themselves are eternal, but it's the spiritual laws inculcated by the Vedas such. These laws, which are immutable and eternal, have been discovered by great men or rishis at various times, though some are forgotten now, while others are preserved. When several people from various angles and distances have a look at the sea, each man sees a portion of it according to his own horizon, though each man may say that what he sees is the real sea, for all of them speak the truth. For all of them see portions of the same wide expanse. And so does our religious scriptures. Though they seem to contain varying and conflicting statements, they all speak the truth. When one sees a mirage for the first time, he often mistakes it for reality, and after vainly trying to quench his thirst in it, learns that it is a mirage. But whenever he sees such a phenomenon in the future, despite the apparent reality, the idea that he sees a mirage always presents itself to him. So is the world of Maya to Jivan Mukta. In Bhagavad Gita 4:11, Krishna says, "O Partha, in whatever way I am approached, in that way would I respond. All men, by whatever path, come to me." This means that people may search God through many paths and many beliefs, but in the end, it will come to God eventually. Hence, Hinduism is not a monolithic tradition. There isn't a single unified Hindu opinion on things, and there is no single unified path that defines our faith. There are several ways in which a Hindu could reach understanding of God. The four largest being Vaishnavism, Shaivism, Shaktism, and Smartism. Furthermore, there are numberless schools of thought, or sampradayas, expressed in tens of thousands of guru lineages, or paramparas. Each and every one of them is independent of one another. In a very real sense, this grand tradition can be defined and understood as 10,000 faiths gathered in harmony under a single umbrella called Sanatana Dharma. Ladies and gentlemen, in order for us Hindus to live and coexist alongside one another, we needed to reach a society that embraces pluralism. According to Diana Eck of Harvard University, she stated that, first, pluralism is not diversity alone, but the energetic engagement with said diversity. Diversity can and has meant the creation of religious ghettos with little traffic between or among them. Today, religious diversity is a given, but pluralism is not a given. It is an achievement. Mere diversity alone, without real encounters and relationships, will only yield increasing tension in our society. Second, pluralism is not just tolerance, but the active seeking of understanding across lines of differences. I must admit that tolerance is a necessary public virtue, but it does not require different groups to know anything about one another. Tolerance is too thin for a foundation for a world of religious difference and proximity. It does nothing to remove our ignorance of one another, and only leaves in place the stereotype, the half-truth, and the fears that underlie old patterns of divisions and violence. Third, pluralism is not relativism, but the encounter of commitments. The new paradigm of pluralism does not require us to leave our identities and commitments behind. For pluralism is the encounter of commitments. It means holding our deepest differences, even our religious ones, not in isolation, but in relationship to one another. Last but not least, pluralism is based on dialogue. The language of pluralism is that of dialogue and encounter, give and take, criticism and self-criticism. Dialogue means both speaking and listening, and it does not mean that we have to agree with one another. It will reveal both real differences and common understandings across different groups. And in pluralism, dialogue does not mean we have to leave our commitments behind. It means we have to hold one another beside our differences. And so, it is in our best interest to change the way we treat our neighbors, not only among Hindus, but also among Christians, Muslims, but also among Buddhists. We have to go out and help one another, get together and know more about the other, until eventually our society will become harmonious and we will reach a plural society. Ladies and gentlemen, Hinduism is a religion that is plural in nature. There are countless ways for a Hindu could reach the truth, thus birthing many different faiths that we have now. It is quintessential for the Hindus to respect, love, and interact with one another. We have a saying in Sanskrit that said, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, meaning that we all are brothers and sisters, and siblings do not discriminate against the other. They love one another. Thank you very much. Om Santi Santi San Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Good morning, honorable judges. First of all, let us all praise and thank the presence of Sangyang Widiwasa so we all can be here today. Today, I am gonna bring you a very interesting topic with the title of Gender Perspective from Hindu. Gender comes from the Latin word genus, which means type or type. Gender itself is differentiated by a certain tools that is attached to a certain gender. Meanwhile, according to sociology or anthropology, gender is a social behavior constructed in certain societies in certain times as well. So, what is gender? Gender is a trait both in men and women where they have their own responsibilities and roles. Honorable judges, before I did this Dharmawacana, I used to think that men are slightly better than women or men are superior to women. But then, after I did some research, I realized that I was wrong. In fact, in human life, women occupy a central position. With the sense, there are a number of roles that men cannot do until today. For example, in the continuity of regeneration. This can only be maintained thanks to the existence of both men and women. So, both have big contribution. Likewise, in Hinduism, women are seen as people who have an inseparable role from society from time to time. Well, this is not surprising when we view from the conception of Hindu in Shiva Tattva, which states all living creatures, especially humans, are due to the combinations of Sukla and Swanita. Without Swanita, without woman, there would be no harmonious world like the world we're living in now. That is the importance of women in our life. There is a verse regarding the primacy of women in Yajurveda chapter 14 verse 21, which states, "O woman, you are a pioneer, brilliant, steady supporter, who feeds and rules like the earth. We have you in our family for long live agricultural prosperity and well-being." From this verse, it is actually a confirmation about the truth and dignity of women in our life. At the past, women were referred as mothers who possess the qualities of maturity, because the glory of a mother, so they can educate and raise their children into the next excellent generation. Honorable judges, from this statement, it is actually reflected that the roles and responsibilities between men and women is equal and just. But the reality in daily life, there is still some form of gender inequality in our life regarding violence. For example, physical violence, psychological violence, economical violence, where women get paid less from men. Likewise, in the life of Balinese people in the past, there was this thing called malagandang marriage, where people choose and pick their wife by coercion, drug, rapes, abuse, witchcraft, and so on, which is really bad. But gratefully, since the Independence Day of Indonesia in 17th August 1945, this kind of behavior was banned, and no one dared to do such things to harass women. Honorable judges, people's perception towards women are greatly influenced by reading the sources that are commonly used as role models. The teachings contained in the Vedic scriptures or Hindu literature greatly determine the attitudes and perception towards women. In Hindu, it is stated that women and men as Arda Nara Iswara, which means both men and women have complementary roles. In fact, in Manawa Dharma Sastra, chapter 1, verse 32, which states, Dwidah Kartuamanam Deham, Ardena Purusa Bawat, Ardena Narita Shamsa, Nirayama Smerjat Prabu, which means by dividing himself into part male and part female, he created universe. From this verse, we can see two things. First, if men and women works together, they will of course reach their full potential. Second of all, there is no such thing as one gender is above the other gender. This assumption is wrong. Furthermore, about the roles and responsibilities of women, Dr. Andes G.K. Adia Wiratmaja made a book at 1991 with the title of Wanita, sebuah proyeksi Hindu, which makes the role of women into 5 types. First, women as wives. Second, women as mothers. Third, women in the community life. Women in the implementation of religion. And fifth, women as for now, which is housewife and career women. We tend to see women work for their family. Is it wrong? No, it is not. In fact, in Hindu, a career woman is a human right, as long as she doesn't leave her woman nature. So, being a career woman does not mean being disloyal or disrespectful to your husband. This assumption is wrong. Honorable judges, from this we can view that Hindu and Hindu society perception towards women are equally noble, whether it's from democracy, human rights, and so on. Now, let's go to the existence of both men and women. Humans who are born into this world have the same dignity and rights before God Almighty. In Hindu illustrates that dualism actually exists, and God Almighty created all living things in pairs. This, of course, has a big correlation towards my topic today. According to Manawa Dharma Sastra, chapter 3, verse 58, which states, "A house where woman is not properly respected, speaking harsh word, the family will be completely destroyed, as if destroyed by some supernatural force." From this verse, we can see that women is very, very, very respectable at Hindu. Because if there is no respect for women, then all ritual activities will be useless. Same goes to men. Man also has a very important roles in Hindu. In fact, as described at Yajurveda chapter 19 verse 11, which states, "Our Sangyang Agni is free from debt after a boy was born to us, who sucked his mother's breast and pranced on his lap." Which means after a boy was born, people have done their work, and God created boys so that if boys was born, people has reached their goals according to Hindu. So, men and women is very important at Hindu. My conclusion is that both men and women have the same existence, but of course, they have their own respective strengths and weaknesses. In pursuing household life, both men and women have their own roles. If they want to be a happy family, they must realize that they are happy. Man, as the head of the household, gives spiritual advancement for his wife. Meanwhile, wife, as the mother, gives first services and caring towards her family. If they do their nature properly, they will of course can give bhakti to Sangyang Vidi and can have prosperity. That is all for my Dharmawacana. I hope you enjoy my Dharmawacana as much as I do. I hope this can enlighten your perspective and mine towards gender. That is all. Thank you for your attention. Om Santi 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Happy audience. Before I deliver the Dharmawacana, first I say my puja and give thanks to Edi Singriwasa so that we can gather on this happy day. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Ikatut Riki Aritasunaya from Jambi. Distinguished guests, as for the Dharmawacana that I present today, I give the title Hindu Leadership in the Concept of Ramayana. Before I convey further about this Hindu leadership, I also need to explain that the Jambi we live in is a very small province when compared to other provinces, but not the least has enormous potential in developing human resources. This can be seen that many Japanese human resources who are local people have been successful both as entrepreneurs and as government officials at the central level. But the progression of a government depends on a leader who of course has strategy to lead an agency or organization, so later the organization becomes a solid organization. Referring to Hindu leadership, the Kakawin Ramana states, Sang Dasarata is a Gunawan, knowing the Vedic scriptures and devotion to the gods, never forgetting the worship of his ancestors. He loves his family and all people. Now, from the content of this Kakawin, we get a reflection to determine our choice of future leaders of Jambi. Because in the Kakawin, it is explained that Raja Dasarata from Ayodhya kingdom is very wise and wise. He is not selfish, but he really prioritizes his interests, the people, so that the people will become prosperous and live in a self-sufficient way. Besides that, in ruling, he added to the teachings of Veda, so as not to deviate from religious norms. Leaders like this are what we really hope to lead Jambi in the next 5 years. Because we all know that in the Ramayana epic, teachings about leadership that are very noble should be imitated by future Japanese leaders. Raja Dasarata, who is wise and wise, can avoid all the trials and obstacles that come from him, because he can control himself and fight the enemies that can be him. So he really takes care for the interests of his people. Where in the Ramayana Kakawin, it is stated, lust is the closest enemy. In the heart it is in place, not far from the body. It is not in him. Prawira, good at leadership knowledge. Now, from the content of the Kakawin, we can know that Raja Dasarata can control his senses, and he can overcome his lust, so that in leading, he can sort out his personal interests and the interests of the state. Although we also know that he has 3 wives and 4 sons, he is very fair and never disappointed his wives. In this Ramayana Kakawin, it is also mentioned, he always told the truth to his wives and never lied, especially to other people. All his words were benevolent and very fair. Ladies and gentlemen of devotees whom I glorify, being a leader, it is necessary to know how to coordinate the people he leads and to know how far he is capable of being a leader. Moreover, a person should know how he can lead himself. Therefore, this let the leader know what he will do for the welfare of the people. Thus, others will feel respected in the eyes of his people. In the Ramana book, we find one sentence which reads, to get rid of suffering, that is the purpose of our incarnation, and make welfare. So, from this verse, so that whoever will be elected as the leader of Jambi is really prioritized is the welfare of the people. Because the people are tired of promises that never been proven. And the most important thing for a leader to know is that a leader doesn't view himself like a boss. A leader must be able to position himself that he is a servant of society. Moreover, A leader is only able to carry out his duties through his subordinates, but there is no concern at all. And just to maintain the image of being leader is a very big mistake, and only in the name of someone who holds the highest power. However, subordinates will look more at a leader if they participate in helping with the implementation of activities and discuss a problem with their subordinates so that the goals that have been planned can be achieved. As what is mentioned in the Saramusaya Sloka below. As for those who have never practiced Dharma, are like empty rice or rotten eggs. They seem to exist but are of no use. So, from the quote from the verse above, a leader must be willing and able to carry out what is the duty of a leader. A leader must be brave above and below to help carry out all activities for the sake of creating a strong government and carry out the Astrabata teachings as guidelines based on the teachings of the Dharma. This is also mentioned in the book Manawa Dhamma Sastra 9.303. Should a leader act like the behavior of Lord Indra, Surya, Vayu, Yama, Varuna, Chandra, Agni, and Pertiwi? In the Ramana book, which is Sri Rama's advice to Vibhisana, it is also stated, Lord Indra, Yama, Surya, Chandra, Anila, Kuera, Varuna, and Agni are eight deities. Their qualities and attitudes worthy of being imitated by a leader in order to permeate his body and soul. So, from this scene, a leader must be able to act like Lord Indra, who is the god of rain, and a source of prosperity to improve people's welfare. A leader must behave like Lord Yama, namely being able to enforce the law as fairly as possible. A leader must behave like Lord Surya, that is, can provide information to the people and increase service and responsibility to the people. A leader must behave like Lord Chandra, that is, to be able to provide coolness and be able to attract the sympathy of the people. A leader must behave like Lord Vayu, namely always knowing and investigating the situation or the desires of the people, especially the poor, suffering, and able to hear the people's heart. A leader must have the attitude of Lord Kuera, that is, to be able to manage finances for the prosperity of the people. A leader must behave like Lord Varuna, that is, to be able to eradicate various suffering, disease in society. A leader must behave like Lord Agni, that is, to have the nature and soul of Satriya. Ladies and gentlemen, whom I honor, it is very interesting if we really examine the teachings contained in the Ramana book, especially in the concept of Hindu leadership, which is always based on the teachings of the Dharma. Therefore, my message is to prospective Japanese leaders, whoever will be elected, to remain loyal to promises made during the campaign and do not deceive the people. Alright, happy audience, only here is my Dharmawacana. If there are deficiencies or mistakes, I apologize, and at the end I say Paramasanti. Om Santi, 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 Om.
The honorable judges, committee, and all audiences in here. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the committee for holding this competition. And second, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to me to deliver my Dharmawacana. Before all audiences in here. The honorable judges, committee, and all audiences in here. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the committee for holding this competition. And second, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to me to deliver my Dharmawacana. Before I start my Dharmawacana, let's have a blessing from Sang Hyang Widiwasa that we are always in good condition with Panganjali Umat. Om Swastiastu. The theme of my Dharmawacana today is Trihitakarana, actualization in our daily life. Etymologically, Trihitakarana is formed by three words. They are three, which means three. Hita means happiness, and Karana means the cause of something, or relationship. So, Trihitakarana means three harmonious relationship, which will cause or bring happiness for us. The three harmonious relationships are first, harmonious relationship between human and Sang Hyang Widiwasa, which called Parahyangan. Second, harmonious relationship between human and each other, which called Pawangan. And the third, the last one, is harmonious relationship between human and the environment, which called Palamahan. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will explain you one by one each part of Trihitakarana actualization in our daily life. So the first one, harmonious relationship between human and Sang Hyang Widi, which called Parahyangan. This relationship is a must for us to make it in harmony, because Sang Hyang Widi, who created us in this world and all the universe with its content. There is no any power that could go beyond Sang Hyang Widi omnipotence. He is the all-being, the almighty, the all-knowing, and the great creator. The form of Sang Hyang Widi omnipotence in Hindu is called Chadu Sakti. Human before God is so small and cannot be compared with the omnipotence of God. So, what's the point of showing off? With this awareness, I hope we could be humble people and increase our devotion to Sang Hyang Widi. There are many ways that we could do as a human being to create harmonious relationship with God. One of them is do the Puja Trisandhya regularly according to the time division, that are in the morning at 6 a.m., in the noon at 12 p.m., and in the evening, at 6 p.m. To describe the Almighty of God power, Sang Hyang Widi, and our obligation as a human being, we have to show our sincere by applying religious attitude in our daily life. So, it is clear now that by creating harmonious relationship with God is a must need for us to make it in harmony. It is because our life actually belongs to Sang Hyang Widi. Second, Pawangan. Harmonious relationship between human being. Pawangan concept considers human position on God is same. There are two abilities which have to be owned by all of us as a human being to create or to conceive harmonious relationship among each other. First, we have to be able to respect others as we wanted to be respected. And second, we have to be able to forgive others. Harmonious life will only become fake and insincere without these two abilities. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I have a children's story that I would like to tell you. It's about friendship. Well, sometimes in our life we might feel sad, we might feel happy. We'll feel sad when we're having trouble with people, fight against each other, and we will feel happy when we become friends with them, having the joy. So the story goes like this. Once upon a time, on Matano Lake Sorowako, there are two children running all together, playing cheerfully. But suddenly, it's heard a fierce fighting among them. The biggest sized boy hit his friend until he has bruised face. The boy who's been hit is angry, but trying to ease on his friend. Without saying anything, he writes using a stick on the sand like this: "Today, my friend hit me." After that, they forget already they're fighting. You know, kids, they easily become enemies, they easily become allies. When they are playing chasing, the boy who's been hit fell down on the trap which sets for animals. Ouch! Help! Help! He cried out loud for helping. Then his friend looked him down and shouted, "Buddy, are you hurt? Just don't be afraid, just hold on. I'm looking you up a rope to help you out. Just wait a minute." By struggling to help his friend, his little body finally came out from the hole safely. His little crying face then said, "Thanks, buddy." After that, he runs quickly, finding out a rock and trying to write down on that rock. He writes like this: "Today, my friend has saved me." Secretly, his friend follows him behind and asks surprisingly, "Man, why after I punched you, you wrote down on the sand, but after I saved you, you wrote down on that rock?" Then the other boy answered, "Dude, after you punched me, I wrote down on the sand because of my anger and hatred on the bad deed you have on me. I want them to be erased as the wind and the waves sweep it out. But after you saved me, I wrote down on that rock because I want your good deed on me will be remembered forever in my heart. Thanks, buddy." So we could get the moral of the story that we have to keep remember his kindness only and forget their mistakes. A Subhasita in Veda mentioned Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means all humans are siblings. We are all in here are siblings. You and I are siblings. So what's the advantage of hating each other? There is no advantages, ladies and gentlemen. The third, the last one, is palemahan, which is harmonious relationship between human and the environment. Nature. What do you think about nature? Nature has given abundance advantages on human life. Without nature and human who's not keeping it, we might not live in peace. Therefore, we have to create harmonious life with it by conserving it. When we treat nature with bad intention, mistreat it, we might get a natural disaster as a return. Just to mention, uncontrolled and widely trees felling might cause landslide and flood. There are many ways, there are many things we could done as a human being to create relationship, harmonious relationship, with the environment, which is spiritually done by holding budayatnya ceremony. For example, mecaru. The aim of holding it is to conserve the plant or the nature, as mentioned in Agastya Parwa, budayatnya ngaranya tawur, kapujan ing tuwuh, which means budayatnya named tawur to conserve the plant or the nature. Besides of spiritual life, we could also create harmonious relationship with the environment by doing some real actions, like never waste on the river or on the water flows, reforesting or tree planting, and use the water efficiently. You could also find it through Google or through the internet, like how to save the environment, how to save the earth. You will find the 3R concept: reduce, reuse, recycle. And you will also find the zero waste lifestyle. You could apply it in your daily life to save the environment, and that's how we create harmonious relationship with the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize that we have to keep these 3 harmonious relationships in harmony. Remember, one of our 5 beliefs as Hindus concept that which is karma pala, that everything we have done would bring a result for us. So keep doing good things to get a better life. The honorable judges, committee, and all audiences in here, I would like to say thank you for your attention and thank you for your precious time. I hope this would bring much advantages to all of us in here. At the end of my Dharmawacana, I would like to say Paramasanti, Om Santi 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 Om. Suksema.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awigamastu Namo Sidam. To the honorable judges, fellow participants, and who I'm always proud of, Umat Hindu across Indonesia. First, let us thank Almighty God, Ida Yang Widiwasa, for all the blessings so we can gather here in this event, full of health and without any flaws. Today, I would like to present a Dharmawacana to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by raising this question. Don't you feel like the last 1.5 years of this earth have been nothing but a complete disaster? Sadly, these disasters won't stop annoying us. Now, one of the reasons for these obscure conditions out of natural factors is how leadership quality around us has deteriorated. Even if we take a closer look, some of the problems that have left to us right now are consequences of awful leadership. For example, global warming is actually a domino effect due to our world leaders can't commit on environmental resolutions such as Paris Climate Accord. Some of them, even worse, still don't believe that climate change exists. And they still want their own country to be the most benefited out of the accord when they clearly know that the fate of the earth is at stake. Hurtful, indeed. Because this just shows how our current leaders still can't put their logic above desires when deciding things and still can't observe factual conditions around them. We should think outside the box in order to solve this particular problem. For instance, try to look back at Hindus' leadership theories from ancient times. Therefore, I would like to examine the ability of these theories in order to prepare future leaders through my Dharmawacana entitled The Relevance of Hindus' Leadership Concepts to Create Great Leaders for a Better Future. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't deny the fact that our world is changing rapidly. But may I remind you that with these great changes also comes significant challenges. All of the young generations will carry a much heavier burden than their predecessors. That's why these young generations should become all-around leaders in the future. Those who will not only be able to master advanced technologies, but also social and human being concepts. Yet, as I've said before, about how awful leadership quality around us right now, should we try to look at other methods in order to nurture these future leaders? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe all of you here are familiar with great leaders from two of our Hindu epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata. From Sri Rama to Lakshmana, until the great Bhisma and the 5 Pandavas. At that time, these ancient leaders already implemented Hindus' ancient leadership theories. The big question is, can we still utilize these theories in order to tackle modern era challenges? Talking about leadership philosophy, as a Hindu people, we should be proud because our religion created one of the oldest theories in leadership out there. And frankly, we have many of them. For instance, Astabrata, Nawanatya, Tri Upaya Sandi, Panca Upaya Sandi, and many more. Let's talk about one of them, shall we? Panca Upaya Sandi. Panca Upaya Sandi showed up inside Lontar Siwa Buddha Gama Tattva. It comes from 3 words, Panca, which means 5, Upaya, which means efforts, and Sandi, which means a code or news. In other words, Panca Upaya Sandi here means 5 stages of efforts that leaders should do in order to solve problems that have become their responsibility. Those 5 stages are, the first stage is called Maya, which means leaders should have the ability to gather data and examine problems around them that are still unclear. The second stage is called Upeksa, which means leaders should be able to organize research from those data that they've gathered before. The third one is called Indra Jala, which means leaders must find a way to solve problems that they need to face based on their analysis results. The fourth one is called Wikrama, which means leaders must make all efforts necessary in their power to solve problems properly without ignoring the rules that have been set. The final stage is called Laugika, which means leaders must prioritize logical considerations at all times when resolving problems. As I've stated before, our current leaders still can't put their logic above desires when deciding things and still can't observe factual conditions around them. If we try to connect those problems with efforts inside Panca Upaya Sandi, those problems can be tackled. Think about it. If our current leaders practice Maya and Upeksa as their habit, gather data and examine those data before making assumptions, surely awful acts like disbelief in global warming or getting tricked by hoax information can be minimized. Putting their logic above desires is achievable if they practice logika in their daily life. Finally, if our current leaders practice Indrajala and Wikrama with high perseverance, it is indeed impactful on problem-solving actions, because recent tragedies occurring worldwide have resulted from minimal efforts and unwillingness to solve those problems. Again, this is blatant proof that our Hindu leadership theories still relevant and should be utilized as soon as possible in order to minimize the critical condition of our earth. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start the final part of my Dharmawacana quoting from a verse, Bhagavad Gita Adhyaya 3 Sloka 21. Yat yada chavati svestas tatat evetavo jana sayat vamanam kurute lokastaranuvartate. Which means, whatever action performed by great leaders, common men will follow its footsteps. And whatever standards they set as exemplary act, all the world pursue. This means that, in general, people need their leader to be able to lead them by practical behavior. For instance, if you're the leader right now and you want people around you to stop smoking, of course you can't do that if you're a smoker yourself. Am I right? That's why these leaders should always be conversant with books of moral and spiritual codes. In other words, Hindu's leadership here emphasize their leader to have fair-mindedness, ability to govern, perseverance, and on top of that, commitment to Dharma. These are the cornerstones in order to create an ideal leader based on our Hindu's perspective. With that being said, if being an ideal leader means that all of your deeds should be pointing towards Dharma at all times, and all of them become an example for people around you, turns out it's not that easy to become an ideal leader, am I right? But think about it. Right now, all of us here at least have become leaders for ourselves. But as the quality blossoms, we start to lead other things such as organizations and events. Therefore, I would like to encourage all of you here to start improving your leadership quality by following these 3 steps. Live, learn, and lead. Live yourself to the fullest. Don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone and start taking as many chances as you can. Then learn. Surely you make mistakes along the way, but instead of quitting, try to learn from those mistakes and learn from Hindu leadership theories that I've stated before in order to improve your ability in tackling these challenges. And finally, to lead. Be brave to step up and becoming a leader for people around you. Because if it's not you, then who will be those great leaders in the future? I believe my Dharmawacana can motivate all of you to become Hindu leaders, great leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for your attention. Om Shanti, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awiganam Astu Namo Sidam. First of all, let us thank Ida Sang Hyang Widiwasa for the opportunity that we could attend this event on this great day. And let me express my gratitude to the honored judges and the audiences. Before I begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Iwayan Satya Dharma Yudhistira, a representative from East Borneo for the 14th Utsawa Dharma Gita. And in this opportunity, I'm going to deliver a Dharmawacana about improving in cultural and religious local businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, I chose this particular topic because this topic is related with our current situation. Of course, everyone knows about this. It's a COVID-19 pandemic. And what did that occurrence do to us? It threatens our health, economic condition, etc. But our key focus right now is the economic threat brought by the pandemic. Because of this pandemic, we have to apply outdoor activity limitation and strict rules on travels to prevent the spread of the disease. But the backfire we got are threats to our tourism and local businesses. For example, Bali. Bali got a very bad impact because of this pandemic. Because Bali's main income is from cultural tourism and foreign customers buying local products. But thanks to our effort and the blessing of Ida Sang Hyang Widiwasa, we could avoid the worst case scenario, and the situation is getting better with vaccines distributed. So let us hope that this pandemic ends as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, now back to our topic about improving in cultural and religious local businesses. Local businesses are practiced at many places in our country, so the collapse of the sector is the least we want. To avoid this collapse, every local business owner has to improve on their business in any ways possible. And now the question is, how could we support them as a consumer? Let's back a bit to our basic knowledge. We were taught about Catur Warna, 4 types of profession: Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra. The ones who are focused on economic activities are included in Vaishya and Sudra, as stated on Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse 44. Krishi gauraksya wanijam, Vaishya karma swabhawajam, paricaryat makam karma, Sudrasyapi swabhawajam. Agriculture, dairy farming, and commerce are the work for those with the qualities of Vaishya, and serving through the work is the duty for those with the qualities of Sudra. We do every kind of economic activities to fulfill our need of artha or wealth. Artha is one out of 4 life purposes, or known as Catur Purusa Artha. Catur Purusa Artha consists of Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Artha has many functions in our life, such as for Panchayatnya, Triboga, and Dana Punya or donation. To use Artha properly, we have to look to Sakasa Musaya, verse 261 and 262. There are 3 parts to use Artha properly. The first one is Sadhana Rikasidaning Dharma. One part of Artha is used for Dharma, for example Yatnya. Sadhana Rikasidaning Kama. One part of Artha is used to fulfill on Kama of desires. And the last one is Sadhana Rikasidaning Artha. One last part of Artha is used to improve on Artha. Ladies and gentlemen, local business owners need motivation and money to improve on their business. Why do they need both of them? Why not just money? Why not just motivation? Because without motivation, the drive to improve or even doing the business will gradually decrease and gone before the business itself grows larger. And without money, the business will have a hard time on improving and sustaining its existence, because we know money is the core of every business. That's why local business owners need motivation and money to improve and develop their businesses. Motivation is an internal factor, so it always depends on the person itself. To look for motivation, we have to look to the purpose of the business itself. It does not matter whether it's for money or everything else, as long as it's still good and appropriate according to laws and common morals. But remember, Bhagavad Gita, chapter 16, verse 11, said, Cintam aparimeyam cha pralayantamu pasrita kamo paboga parama etawat iti nisita. They are obsessed with endless anxieties that ends only with death. Still, they maintain with complete assurance that gratification of desires and accumulation of wealth is the highest purpose of life. From that, we can conclude that motivation is needed. Of course, it's needed, but it has to stay within the limit and not interrupt with the other life purposes, such as like dharma, karma, and moksha. And now we are talking about money. Money is required to sustain and maintain on businesses. They can get those money from previously earned money, subsidies or donation, and investments. That's why our government is promoting the local businesses, so that local businesses can stand and compete with the foreign industry. We can support them by purchasing or subscribing to local businesses. With our support, local business can constantly develop and compete and succeed by competing with the foreign industry. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has done us a lot of good and bad things. It affected every sector in our life. One of them is the economic aspect. Doing economic activities in this pandemic era is heavy, with outdoor activity limitation and strict rules on travels. Yeah, those limitations and strict rules are needed to prevent the spread of the disease, but it has a bad impact on our tourism and economy. Local businesses is one of them. Local business owners has to improve on their business in order to avoid the collapse of local businesses. In order to do that, they need motivation and money. Motivation is the drive to do something, and money is the core of every businesses. They can get those money and motivation by us, the consumer. We can support them by purchasing and subscribing to local businesses. With our support, local businesses can continuously develop and compete with the foreign industry. It doesn't matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop. Confucius said it once, to achieve something, we have to persevere, keep focused, keep determined, and focus on the process instead of the result, and we can achieve something bigger. And now the decision is left to us, whether to continue on development even with the slightest progress, or to throw it off and get nothing. Thank you for listening to my Dharmawacana. I hope we can meet again soon another time. I will conclude my performance here with Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Avignam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Sidirastu Tatastu Sat. The Honorable, the jury of Utsawa 40th national level, and welcome to the participants of Utsawa 40th national level that are brought up. First of all, let me just say thanks to Ida Sahyang Widiwasa, because for his blessing and grace, we are able together here in good condition. On this occasion, I would like to deliver a Dharmawacana that is entitled Karma Pala as a Guide for Human Life. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to ask you, do you know what Karma Pala is? Karma Pala is one of the Panchasrada of Hinduism and philosophy of Hinduism. It is rooted in two words, namely karma and pala. Karma means fruit, deed, actions, and pala means fruit or results. Karma pala means fruit of deeds, whether that has been done or will be done. Karma pala gives optimism to every human being, even all living things. In this teaching, all actions will bring results. Whatever we do, that is the results we will receive. Those who receive are those who do, and the effect on others. Karma pala is a law of causality that every action will bring results. In the Hindu concept, doing it consists of action through thought, action through speech, and action through behavior. These three will bring the results for those who do. If the action is good, the results must be good and vice versa. There are also parts of karma pala that is. The first is Sanchita Karma Pala. Sanchita Karma Pala is a type of the pala or the results in today's life for what he did in the past. The second is Prarabdha Karma Pala. Prarabdha Karma Pala is the kind of deed done in the present life, and the pala will be enjoyed in the present life too. And the last, the third is Kriyamana Karma Pala. Kriyamana Karma Pala is the kind of deed done in the present life, but the pala will be enjoyed in the life to come. So, whatever our current actions, whether good or bad, there must be karma. Whether we receive it now or in our next life. It is not wrong if we look at the life of someone who is very successful or happy. Maybe his karma was very good in his previous life. Therefore, do as much good as possible in order to reap the fruit of good karma in the next life. As explained in the Sulakantara, book 68, karma pala ngaraniko kaharani gawe halaai. Meaning, karma pala means the results or fruit of bad or good actions. The law of karma, all causes have consequences. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Sooner or later, we will all feel the results of our good or bad deeds. If we often do bad deeds, the results must be deeds. For that, we should realize that the good or bad things we face are the results of our actions, and we must be grateful. Study to humble yourself until no one can humble you, and learn to yield until no one can beat you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, there is a story that we can make a small example of karma pala itself. That is, when we eat double rice with vegetables and side dishes. Vegetables and side dishes are definitely seasoned. That is, salty and spicy. When we eat them, it turns out that the spicy taste that we feel is first. Then we will feel the pain as the sour taste we will immediately feel when we get salty first. And after finishing eating, we will feel full. This is a small example of karma pala itself. What we do will bring the results for the life. Life is like writing a story. So, write your stories in your life so that you will be remembered all the time. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all about my Dharmawacana. I hope it will be useful for us. And thank you so much for your kind attention. And finally, I close my Dharmawacana with Paramasati. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namasidam. Om Sidrastu Tad Astu Swaha. The honorable judges and Brahman fellows, thank you for the time given to me. Praise and gratitude to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, for because of his blessings that we are able to gather here in good condition to participate in Utsawa Dharma Gita. In this great moment, I would like to deliver my Dharmawacana entitled Dana Punya in the Kali Yuga era. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever gave something or helped someone? That is Dana Punya. Dana Punya in this Kali Yuga era is very important. Nowadays, most people don't care for each other. They never help each other. Even though they saw poor people around them, they don't care. But we can't deny that we saw many people can give much money to the temple, many people can give donations, many people help in disaster, they donate to the orphans. But did they do that insincere or did they just do that to show off? In Hinduism, there is a teaching about Tatwam Asi, which means that I am you and you are me. Look at other people around us as ourselves. And when you need help, they will help you because you have helped them. Humans are social creatures. They can't live alone. Like mandated in the Vedic scriptures, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which means that all beings are brothers. Hopefully, we can help each other and give protection for others so that a harmonious life can be realized. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we have to understand the meaning of Dana Punya. Dana Punya comes from the word Dana and Punya. Dana means gift, while Punya means good, happy, safe, or holy. So Dana Punya means a holy gift which is based on sincerity. From this meaning, we can understand that if we give Dana Punya, it must be based on sincerity to achieve its purpose, which is eternal happiness. And Dana Punya can increase our Shraddha and devotion to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, as well as building our caring attitude towards others. Like written in Manawa Dharma Sastra, Adhyaya 4, Sloka 226, said that Sradayestam Capurtam Canityam Kurada Tantrita Srada Krita Hyaksayata Bawatah Swagatardana. Means that should we don't ceasely in doing Dana Punya by giving our wealth and offering with belief in God. Dana Punya that you obtain by the right way will get the highest reward possible. As we know, as Hindus, the purpose of our life is Moksatam Jagadita Yacha Iti Dharma. But the question is, how do we achieve it? One way is by doing Dana Punya. Dana Punya's aim is to guide us people to be perfect both physically and spiritually, and can also lead us human to get to heaven and even achieve moksha. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how many kinds of Dana Punya are there? It's already written in our teachings from Swami Vivekananda. There are 3 kinds including Dana Punya. The first are Dharma Dana, which means providing noble character to realize the meaning of Dharma. The second is Vidya Dana, which means providing knowledge. And the third is Artha Dana, which means providing treasure or material needed as long as it is based on sincerity and are obtained by the way of Dharma. Like written in Manawa Dharma Sastra, Adhyaya 1, Sloka 86, said that Tapah param kerta yuga, tretayam janam jata, dua para yadna wahur, dana mekam klau yuga. Means that in Kerta Yuga era, asceticism is the first. In Treta Yuga era, knowledge is the first. In Dwapara Yuga era, yadnya is the first. And in this Kali Yuga era, Dana Punya is the first. This loka means that in this Kali Yuga era, Dana Punya has the most value in doing Dharma. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand the meaning of Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga is one of the 4 levels of the age, which is a cycle of Yuga. The word Kali means the negative manifestation of Lord Vishnu, who carries on the ugliness of the world, as well as the cause of destruction. Or from other meaning, from the word Kali in Dewi Kali, which means black, death, and time. In the Vishnu Purana book, it is said that in Kali Yuga era, there were many rules that competed with each other. They will not have manners. Violence, falsehood, and crime will become daily meals. So the question is, what should we do as Hindus? Like mandated in Menawa Dharma Sastra, Adya 4, Sloka 193, Triswapya Tesudatam, Hiwidina Aprajitam Danam, Datur Bawatian Artaya, Paratra Datra Wecha. Means that even though the treasures obtained according to the law or dharma, but if it is not donated to the proper, it will sink into the crater of hell. The treasure obtained will be in vain in the hereafter. Hinduism, in every teaching, always teaches us to instill a sense of love for every creature and always taught us to share with every human being on this earth. Even though the treasure obtained according to the law, but if it is not donated to the proper, it will sink into the crater of hell. This sloka means that every treasure we have no meaning if we don't share it. It have no meaning in the hereafter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the last question in my Dharmawacana, it's the last but not least, it's the most important question, is how much dana punya must be given by someone. According to Saramuscaya 262 to 264, it said that work property must be divided into 1/3 for dharma, 1/3 for property, and 1/3 for kama. Sredana ri kesidening dharma, sredana ri kesidening kama, sredana ri kesidening vriaken muha. And in Rospati Tattva Sloka 26 said that there are 7 acts which include in dharma, and one of them is dana punya. And based from dharma from work property, Hindus must do dana punya 5% of income. God Almighty doesn't ask us to give much for dana punya, only 5%. And if we can't do dana punya 5%, dana punya are not limited to just material or giving some money to the temple, but can also be non-material. For example, if we have ceremony in a temple, we can help, or it is usually called ngaya, so that the ceremony can run well. Or from my personal experience, when I help some people who suffer from the Soroja storm, that is also counted as dana punya. The most important thing is, if you do dana punya, it must be based on sincerity. Now, I invite all of us here to do dana punya in this Kali Yuga era, so that all of us can reach eternal immortality even in this Kali Yuga era. Like already explained in Atharvaveda, which are 1. Give to a good cause and make your wealth worthwhile. Wealth provided for noble purposes is never lost. God Almighty gives far more fortune to those who donate their wealth for the common good. 2. Dana punya with full shraddha and devotion to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa will get the highest reward possible. 3. Donate the wealth with 100 hands and collect the wealth with 100 hands and donate the wealth with 1,000 of your hands. Get the full result of your work and expertise in the world. As Hindus, we must all do Dana Punya's teaching so that we can all reach eternal immortality in this Kali Yuga era. That is all my Dharmawacana for today. I hope it can increase our shraddha and devotion to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awigenam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Anubhadra Karatawiyantu Wiswata. Honorable judges of Utsawa Dharmawacana competition, timekeeper, and all audiences here. First of all, I would like to thank to Edi Sangyang Widiwasa, the Almighty, who has given us mercy and blessings so we can attend in this meeting without any obstacles in this very wonderful time. Secondly, I want to say thanks to the committee who has organized this great event during the current COVID-19 pandemic. This event is an opportunity for us, as young generation of Hindus, to be able to continue to be creative even in this pandemic situation. By this event, we get experiences and learning that are very beneficial for our future. Ladies and gentlemen, interaction is an activity performed by two or more people who usually discuss an important thing. Why should we do the interaction? With interaction, we can establish good relationship with others. At the moment, the interaction is very poorly done. Many young people do not interact as well as say bad things. Like today's technological development, many people are wrong in using technology. They use technology, especially social media, to do bad things. Well, I'm Komang Rama, and I will bring Dharmawacana about Himsa Karma with title, with technology, we can implement that polite speech will bring happiness, especially in this current pandemic situation. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays, as human beings who are inseparable from the horizontal relationship, human and human, we certainly communicate one to each other. Because of being social interaction, we do expect the harmonious relationship will be maintained both in family itself and the surrounding community. In our communication, we can directly convey something in words according to what we expect. The teachings of the Veda scriptures also teach us to always say something good continuously and politely, never telling a lie and insulting to others. If we say and communicate something good and politely, we believe that we will get happiness in our life. Otherwise, if we are talking something bad, it will influence and bring sorrow to our life too. In this era, because of the progress in the technology, we do not aware with the holy values in Veda are often ignored. Some people, when they are speaking directly or indirectly, sometimes they use impolitely words. We don't know that these words can cause suffering to others. This explanation can be found in the book of Niti Sastra, which reads, Wasita nimitante manemu laksmi, wasita nimitante manemu pati, wasita nimitante manemu duka, wasita nimitante manemu mitra. It means, by words you will get happiness, by words you will get death, by words you will get trouble, and by words you will get friends. In this life, we often interact with our fellow human beings. Don't let our bad words be disasters for ourselves. We should wisely be able to use the words we speak mindfully to do good in our daily behavior, because good behavior comes good time too and thought too. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we use social media for? Every day, we must always use social media to find out the latest information that is happening around. From the data I get, almost 62% of Indonesians use social media today. But do they use social media to do good things? There are some of them who use social media to do bad deeds, such as sharing violent videos, spreading bad information, and even some who use social media to slander others. On the other side, parents also lack attention to their children so that they feel neglected and make them look for things that can make them comforting. Therefore, it takes a good understanding before using social media. Parents should always keep an eye on everything their child does, including using social media. Ladies and gentlemen, as the current era progresses, a lot of bad things happen. One of them is the influence of social media on human behavior. Many of them are busy with their gadgets, so they forget about the surrounding environment. When people sit next to each other, they are also busy with their business regardless of the people around them. There are many adverse effects of the development of technology today. What's worse is that many of them blaspheme each other on social media. These actions are a result of lack awareness of the environment. Moreover, during the current COVID-19 pandemic, it is very important for us to care to each other. A lot of negative news delivered that makes people become restless and anxious, which is even worse when someone conveys incorrect information. As a Hindus, we should understand very well about the concept of himsa karma and implement it in life in order to realize happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid development of this age can actually be used to spread the teachings of goodness. There are a lot of social media that we can use to convey the teachings of goodness, one of which is through TikTok application. With this application, we can convey Dharma teaching through a short video. Not only that, we can make videos so interesting that people will be interested to watching. It's a huge benefit of today's technology. Just imagine, to bring a Dharma message doesn't need to go to the temple, but we can make it through TikTok application, where everyone from all over the world can watch it. So someone won't say rude anymore because they already know that it's not good. Ladies and gentlemen, if being bad words continue to be spoken, then every word we say will become a story ballad that at any time can invite hostility, fights, and even death in vain. Therefore, let us always familiarize ourselves with saying good words that can soothe the mind, reconcile the heart, and pacify the souls of all people. We are as Hindus must be fully confident about the teachings of karma pala, where the teachings are interpreted: if we plan the goodness, then you will get the good karma. And if you plan the badness, then you will get the bad karma. This is the law that good words will bring happiness. As Sarasamosaya states Loka 75 that asat pralapam parusyam, paisunya mantram tata, watwari wacara jendra, najal pena nusintayat. With the meaning is, this is not worth rising from the words, therefore namely, evil, harsh, slander, and lie words. These four words must be removed far away from our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very beautiful Hindu guidelines that we should emulate and serve as a guide in daily life every day. To understanding the best words, it's likely a tree being rich of benefits. Its roots are impacting kindness, its branches are coolness, its flowers are welfare, and its fruits are happiness. From what I've said briefly about understanding the meaning of the best words, then I can conclude that I believe together. The first, good words that are words that can soothe the mind, reconcile the heart, and pacify the souls of all people. The second, mouth is as long as we say. Therefore, we must be able to control our mouth to avoid anything that can harm ourselves or to others. And the third is, we are as Hindus must be fully confident about the teachings of karma pala, where the teachings are interpreted: if we plan the goodness, then we will get the good karma. And if we plan the badness, then we will get the bad karma. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all Dharmawacana from me. Hopefully, it will be benefits for us. If there are some mistakes I made during Dharmawacana I present, please forgive me. Thanks for your kind attention, and I close my Dharmawacana with Paramasanti. Om Shanti, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters who have gathered here today, may I wish upon us clear thoughts. On this very special occasion, please allow me a few minutes of your time for me to deliver this special message entitled Trihita Karana and Life. But before I actually begin to talk about Trihita Karana itself, I would like to give a little bit of an illustration towards the roles that we humans have in maintaining within the pivotal of how this relationship is maintained. Within the modernization of the world, religious people play a role in maintaining that religion is a set of moral values and as a guide that is meant to be put on a pedestal by everyone who adheres by it. And as an Indonesian citizen, we acknowledge that diversity is God's grace. That diversity are the differences that we must uphold. Different religions, different customs, different beliefs, different traditions. This becomes the ideology that we are based in. This is what our nation is famous for. But it's not always the easiest of relationships to maintain with how diverse our country is. Wisdom accepts diversity with the knowledge that is true to our existence, true to God's love. Hence, the relations between humans, God, and nature will persist, be full of meaning, and be full of glory. But of course, glory will not be reached if we don't work hard to achieve it. That is why we are now going to look into our roots as a creature of Tripramana. Humans originate from two different sources, Purusa and Prakriti. Purusa being the soul, if you will, while Prakriti is the more physical aspects of the body. The unification of the two, then comes Ahamkara. Now, Ahamkara, which feels and acts, Buddhi, that makes decisions, Mana, that thinks. These aspects, along with hundreds more, are what makes us able to do the things that we do. Able to create our own unique characters, our own unique personalities. But then the question becomes, what is human nature? For a long time, humans have been considered as the perfect living being, able to differentiate between right and wrong. But is that enough for us to be granted the wish of being called the perfect living being? Now, with that in mind, let's start to talk about the concepts of Trihita Karana. Starting with the first one, our relationship with God. A connection that is made through the acts of worships that is brought upon by humans who do work as an offering and as a sincere observance. The Bhagavad Gita mentions that he who does work as an offering, then that work is considered Brahman. That Brahman is what at the end will be reached by those who realize that God is in every work. Our connection to God is done through faith. But as time goes on and as our actions shift our own beliefs, this connection seems to be degrading. Take example me. I was raised with the idea that it is ideal and it is that you're supposed to do 3 prayers in a day. But I am now 16 and I'm struggling to commit to 1 prayer a day. Now that raises a question. Does that mean I don't believe in God as much as I did in the past? Or is it that I don't believe maintaining a good connection is a good thing to pay attention to? Moving on, the connection of humans to humans. This connection, this relationship that is based on respect and appreciation can be easily bottled down to the law of Tatwam Asi. the golden rule, Einstein's third rule of physics. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Treat people how you would like to be treated. But I would actually shed focus on a more distinct form of connection. Humans to humans. Us to us. Within the business of life, the voice of the heart can be defined as the voice of God. To hear it, one must clear oneself of worldly distractions. This can either be our controlled emotions, our stress, whatever it is. It's clouding us. It's making the voice of the heart, the voice of God, unclear. That's why we need to take time to connect to your soul. Take time for us to ask for forgiveness. Take time to understand who we truly are. Now that's nice and all, but as I mentioned before, we're able to differentiate between right and wrong. But I feel like you've lived the past year. Discrimination, murders, and selfishness for those who don't even want to wear this are costing us countless of lives. Now, is it just me, or does this show an absence of empathy? Next up is the relation with humans towards our surroundings. Now, in the Hindu community in Bali, we have certain practices of religion in which industrialization can be known as special days, such as Tumpakanda for sanctification of production tools, Tumpakwariga for plants, and Tumpakandang for pets. And not only in the Hindu community in Bali, I'm sure everyone in their life at some point have tried to give back to Earth, to Mother Nature. But again, I don't think you have to look hard. It didn't used to be this hot, nor did it used to be this cold. It didn't used to rain this much, nor did it used to be this dry. That animal didn't used to be dead, nor was that forest on fire. These are things that are results of our actions. And speaking of actions, humans present sacrifices to God. From Him come Rigveda. From Him come Atharvaveda and Yajurveda. There is a paraphrase from a sloka from Yajurveda, which explains to us that actions that are done as an offering are essential into our existence. The things we learn, the things we base our lives upon, are based from things we gain from sacrifices. So then, how is this fair for any of us? If it's not fair to God, if it's not fair to us, if it's not fair to nature, what are we supposed to do? My action plan is fairly simple and fairly broad. Care more, do more, learn more, and understand more. Kindness is key. We, as Indonesian citizens, acknowledge that diversity is God's grace, that it is an invaluable blessing. We, as religious people, play a role in viewing our religion as a standard and as a guide. We, as a creature of Tri Pramana, understand that we have the ability to do things most things in the universe don't. We are put in a unique position where we have to act. To summarize all, kindness. Do with that what you may. Thank you all for your attention. This has been my message. To close, I will say Paramasanti, Om Santi, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon, the honorable juries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God for His blessing and mercy that we can gather together here in this nice occasion. I'm very happy today to see everyone here. Today, I would like to deliver a Dharmawacana entitled The Implementation of Trihita Karana in Kali Yuga. My beloved brothers and sisters, there is a basic concept that Hindu people in Indonesia, specifically in Bali, have implemented to keep the harmony of life. It is also admitted by the world as a strong philosophy of life. The concept is called Trihita Karana. In Sanskrit, Tri means three, Hita means happiness, and Karana means causes. Therefore, Trihita Karana means three causes of happiness. It consists of three elements, namely Pariyangan, Pawongan, and Palemahan. My beloved brothers and sisters, the first element of Trihita Karana is Pariyangan. Pariyangan is an harmonious relationship between man and God. Hindu believes that everything belongs to God. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7.7, it stated, Mata parataram nanyat, kicitasidan nanjaya, mayi sarvam idam protam, sutre manigana iwa. It means, dear Arjuna, there is nothing higher than me or beyond me. All things, creatures, and objects are bound to me, like poles on a thread. That sloka shows, as human beings, we belong to God. We live in this world because of God. Therefore, we have to thank God for this life and always ask for His blessing. How can we do that? We can do this through devotion. The simplest way to show devotion is, for instance, by doing Trisanya every 3 times in a day, praying to the Sangyang Vidivasa, doing Tirthayatra or visiting holy places, doing yoga samadhi or meditation, and many else. The simplest fact is that nowadays only a few people do Trisanya every 3 times in a day. What about you? Please question yourself. Many people nowadays remember God only when they are sad, when they have problems, but when they are happy, most of them forgot to thank God. And another problem is people nowadays do Tirthayatra not to connect their hearts to the God, but it's just for showing off. My beloved brothers and sisters, the second element is Pawongan. Pawongan is an harmonious relationship among people. In this life, we cannot live alone. We have to interact with other people. We need help from others. Can you imagine? If we do not keep a harmonious relationship to others, how can we interact to others? Moreover, now, can we get from others? That is why we have to implement the concept of Pawongan. The simplest way to implement the concept of Pawongan is by respecting and loving each other. Even though we come from different places, but we are actually one. Even though we speak different languages, but we are the same. Amputan tulan in this book Sutasoma states, Bineka Tunggalika Tanhana Dharma Mangrwa, which means unity in diversity in a single Dharma. Considering this loka, we Indonesians are actually one. Wasudewa Kutumbakam, we are all brothers and sisters. Therefore, as brothers and sisters, we have to respect and love each other. Have we practiced this? Well, I myself think that we haven't fully practiced this path yet. Do you know why? Well, my beloved brothers and sisters, as you can see on television, social media, newspaper, recently many conflicts happened in Indonesia And the most embarrassing case is that Indonesian people fight against each other over small things. They attack each other just for satisfying their egoism. What is happening in Indonesia? Where is the hospitality? On the other hand, the presence of technology, such as gadgets and internet, have changed the mindset of almost all people in Indonesia. They have become individualistic and sometimes put less respect to others. Well, this is bad, actually, since we want as social creatures, we depend on respect each other. If we pay less attention to the social environment around us now, can we get from the other people if the people think we are not access? That is why we are humans cannot be controlled by the gadget. However, we must control it in order to gain its benefits. That's all about the Pawongan. My beloved brothers and sisters, the last element of Trihita Karana is palemahan. Palemahan is an harmonious relationship between human beings and the nature or environment. It cannot be denied that the nature provides us all we need. We really depend on the nature, and it's to be remembered that we cannot live without the nature, but the nature can live without us. Doing bad to the nature means doing bad to ourselves, because everything to our nature will affect us. Therefore, we must keep the balance of the environment by taking care of plants and animals and always keep the environment clean and green, like what is always socialized by our beloved president. But in fact, even though the government has tried to socialize the importance of keeping the environment clean and green, but there is a huge number of people who still pay less attention to their environment. They often turn to their rubbish at a dustbin, for example. The fact plastic rubbish is easily found everywhere. Well, this is an old problem actually, but it still cannot be solved yet. On the other side, nowadays, many rice fields have origins into houses, villas, hotels, restaurants, and many else. In Bali, Balinese Hindu people, for example, show their love and respect to the nature by doing certain ceremony called Tumpa Pangatak, thank and respect the creator for creating plants. The other ceremony called Tumpa Uye, thank and respect the creator for creating animals. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, the basic reason why these problems occur is that the people ignore the concepts of Trihita Karana. All of the people know the concepts, but only a few of them really implement or practice it in real life. This is one of the indicators of Kali Yuga, the period in which all of the people know the rule, but most of them do not obey it. Know what is good, but do the opposite. Moreover, most of the people are trapped in this situation. My beloved brothers and sisters, let me conclude my Dharmawacana today. Please do not be sad for the fact I have mentioned, because we still have time to overcome these problems. We are the people who can be the pioneers in keeping the harmony of life by implementing Trihita Karana. We are the people who can create heaven in our lives, as what is stated in Sarasa Mucaya, Sloka 71. Indriyanya watat sarvam, yat swarga narakawu bawu, nigrita nisrani, swargaya narakaya cha. That sloka means heaven and hell in ourselves. If we are able to control ourselves or our desires, it is heaven. Otherwise, it is hell. So, starting from now, starting from ourselves, let us control ourselves to keep a harmonious relationship with God, with other people, and with the nature. My beloved brothers and sisters, that is all about my Dharmawacana. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and please forgive me if I made mistakes. Finally, let me close my Dharmawacana by Paramasanti. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Sidirastu Tad Astu Swaha. Om Anubhadra Kertawayantu Wiswata. Hopefully, a positive thinking come to us from all directions. The honorable judges and all my beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, before I convey this Dharmawacana, we have to express our gratitude to Ida Sangyang Widiwasa because of the grace we can still carry out this national level of Utsawa Dharma Gita in good physical and mental health. As for the Dharma message that I will convey to all of you, it's entitled Efforts to Maintain Religious Harmony in Hinduism. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, first, we have to know what is harmony. Harmony is the soul or spirit of unity and oneness. There is no unity and unity without harmony. Indonesia is a large country consisting of thousands of islands and inhabited by nations with various ethnicities, religions, races, cultures, beliefs, and others. Living in diversity or difference is usually prone to conflict or division. Therefore, let's take good care of this plurality, because if plurality cannot manage properly, big problems can occur. For example, intercultural conflict, social jealousy, regional sentiments, and others. As we've seen around us until this time, there are still many social conflicts, whether it's between individuals or groups, where the conflict cannot be separated from problems of differences, whether it's the conflict about differences of religions, ethnicities, cultures, races, beliefs, and others that cause the existence of mutual insulting and demeaning behavior towards each other, and even physical fight. As people who want peace, of course, we really regret that something like that happened. We should use our differences as a reason to unite, not to the other way. With differences, we should be able to exchange ideas, learn from each other, and understand each other. Therefore, we really need to maintain harmony in diversity to obtain a peaceful social life. In relation to realizing religious harmony in Indonesia, the government has launched the concept of three religious harmony in Indonesia. Three religious harmony, namely internal harmony between religious communities, inter-religious harmony, and inter-religious harmony with the government. The legal basis that guarantees freedom of religion in Indonesia is contained of the Constitution, namely Article 28E, Paragraph 1 of the 1945 Constitution states that everyone is free to embrace a religion and worship according to his religion, choose education and teaching, choose a job, choose a nationality, choose a place to live in the country and live it, and has the right to return. The 1945 Constitution, Chapter 9, Article 29, Paragraph 2 is also states that the state guarantees the independence of each resident to embrace their respective religions and to worship according to their religion and beliefs. Therefore, as good citizens, we are obliged to participate in creating inter- and inter-religious harmony, as well as between religious communities as the practice of the religious dharma and state dharma. Harmony and harmony in the life of the entire community will always be maintained and guaranteed as long as the four pillars of nationality, that is Pancasila, 1945 Constitution, NKRI, and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, is consistently adhered to by every Indonesian citizen. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, Hindu is really value differences. About pluralism or understanding in diversity for Hindu is a common thing. In the history of Hindu civilization, we know many sects that live side by side in harmony, respect each other. This is based on the following verse of the Sweta Swatara Upanishad, chapter 6, sloka 11. Eko Dewa Sarwa Bhutesu Buddhas, Sarwa Vyapi Sarwa Bhutantaratma, Karma Diaksas Sarva Bhuta Diwasas Saksi Ceta Kewalo Nirgunascha. It means there is a hidden light of Supreme Lord God Almighty. In every creature, is everywhere. The Atman or soul of all beings governs all actions. Is in every creation and bears witness to eternal without having any nature. My beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, this verse explains that in essence, our harmony is the same. In fact, all beings are brothers, or Vasudeva Kutumbakam. There are still many more sacred Vedic verses that can be used as guideline in creating harmony, in achieving unity, including first, Tatwam Asi. Tat means that. Twam means you, and Asi it means is. So Tatwam Asi means it is you. And what's the meaning of word it? Is all the entities created by God. And the second, Sarvam Kalwe Idam Brahman. It means that everything that exists is the manifestation of God, because everything is God's creation. And the third, three, Wasudeva Kutumbakam. It means all beings are brothers. And the fourth, three, Hitakarana. It means three things that cause happiness. That is parahyangan, sada bhakti to God, pawangan, interaction, tolerance, mutual respect between fellow human beings, and then palamahan, that is maintaining and preserving the natural surrounding and creating a harmonious balance. All my beloved Hindu brothers and sisters, wherever you are, in relation, interreligious harmony in Indonesia is the commitment of the Directorate General of Hindu, guidance at the Ministry of Religion of the Republic of Indonesia, in accordance with the mandate of Primal to the 1945 Constitution, states that to protect the entire Indonesian nation and the entire homeland of Indonesia, and to promote public welfare, educate nation's life, and participate in implementing world order based on independence, lasting peace, and social justice. And I think that's all the Dharma message that I can convey to all of you. Hopefully, it can be useful for all of us, and hopefully, we are always in good health for the protection of Ida Sangyang Widibasa. And finally, I close by saying Parama Santi. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Pujastuti. Greetings to the honorable judges and to the audience. Today, we give our gratefulness to Ida Sangyang Widi for thanks to his grace, we have been granted the health and opportunity to attend this event today. My name is Radhika, and today I will be presenting to you a Dharmawacana entitled Tri Hita Karana, Unity in Harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many events that happen in our everyday lives, both those that directly relate to ourselves or not. There is always a dispute between people with other people, such as friends with friends, neighbors with neighbors. There's also a dispute between people and the environment, such as floods that cause casualties, landslides, smogs, and so many others. In Hinduism, the main purpose of life is what is referred to in Sanskrita as Moksartam Jagadita Ya Chaiti Dharma, which means that the main purpose of life is to achieve world happiness and spirituality based on the Dharma. This is the ideal of Hinduism that is contained in the Veda scriptures. In order to fulfill this goal, we need all of our actions to achieve it must be based on Dharma. And in the context of action, Dharma means law or rules, the good or bad of an action. Meanwhile, karma is the result of that action. In Hinduism, we are taught the concept of Tat Tvam Asi, one of the Mahawakyas, the great teachings of Vedas. It means, you are that. The meaning is that we are all connected to God from our soul, Atman. Atman is part of God that is inside all living beings. And so all living beings are part of God. And as we worship and respect God, we must also respect all other living beings as they are also part of God. As mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, sloka 10. Bijam mam sarva bhutanam, vidir partha sanatanam, budir buddhimatam asmi, tejas tejasvinam aham, which means, know, O Partha, I am the immortal seed of all creatures. I am the intellect of intellectuals. I am brilliant rays of light. Sangyang Vidya has planted an immortal seed on all creatures, that being Atman. It is the power of God that is inside all of us. And so, as I've mentioned before, we need to respect all other living beings as we respect ourselves, as well as we respect God, as we are all connected. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to achieve the goal that I've mentioned before, to achieve happiness, there needs to be a guideline so that we know what to do. And that guideline is mentioned in Veda as Tri Hita Karana, the three realization of happiness. The first part of Tri Hita Karana is called Hita Deva, which means a harmonious relationship between human with God. Without God, we don't even have the power to live. God has granted us so much, including our lives. And so we must worship and respect God. How can we do that? We can simply pray every day. We can do religious ceremonies such as Yajna and many others. But we need to respect God so that we can even live. If we keep a good relationship between human and God, we can beg for gifts of strength, gift of protection, and many others. And so it is important that we keep a good relationship with God. And now the second part of Tri Hita Karana is called Manusya Hita, which means a harmonious relationship between human with other human. Humans are social beings. They cannot live alone. And so we need each other. We need to seek a good relationship with each other. Not only do we need each other to simply live, the existence of a good relationship between human with other humans causes the presence of happiness in all living beings. If you have friends, won't you be happy? In order to keep a good relationship between human with other humans, we need to apply the attitude mentioned in Chatur Paramita, the four types of attitudes that deserve to be the foundation in life. The first part of Chatur Paramita is called Maitri, which means happy to find friends. The second part of Chatur Paramita is called Karuna, which is giving compassion to all living beings. The third part of Chatuparamita is called mudita, which means always showing a cheerful face. And the fourth part of Chatuparamita is called upeksa, which is the nature and attitude of appreciating others. Meanwhile, if you do not keep a good relationship within humans with other humans, there can be many repercussions. For example, is wars. Wars can destroy many things, including the environment, as well as harm a lot of people, as humans are the most capable living being. And now, moving on to the third part of Trihita Karana, is called Buana Hita, which means a harmonious relationship between human and the environment. The environment has given us so much variety of wealth, from energy resources as well as food and medicine. There are many resources that we receive from nature itself that we cannot live without it. And so we must preserve nature. We must respect nature, and we cannot harm it. We need to keep a good relationship with nature so that we can continue getting these resources and be able to live with each other peacefully. How can we keep a good relationship between nature and human? We can do that by preserving it. We can plant trees. We can throw trash in the trash can. There are many simple ways that you can preserve nature, but you need to do it now. Meanwhile, if we do not keep a good relationship between human and nature, there can be many consequences. If we attack nature, it will repel back the attack to us. For example, if humans were to cut trees, it can cause landslides, it can cause floods, and that can cause casualties. To keep a good relationship with nature, we can also do religious ceremonies, such as the Tumpak Kandang ceremony for animals and the Tumpak Wariga ceremony for plants. And so we need to keep a good relationship with human, with nature, as well as with God, as we cannot live without each other. We need to implement the attitude mentioned in Chatuparamita, as well as the attitude mentioned in Trikaya Parisuddha, which is thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. It is important to apply all of those to keep a good relationship between human with other humans, with God, and all of them. And so we need to start from ourselves. We need to start by understanding ourselves, as by understanding ourselves, we understand a part of God that is also inside all living beings. We need to do the things that I've mentioned before, such as applying the attitude mentioned in Chatuparamita, preserving nature to keep good in harmony with nature, as well as praying to God to keep in harmony with God. Those are all the things that we have to do to be in happiness. And that is all that I can say to you today. May this information be useful to us all. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu. Om Awiganam Astu Namasidam. Our respectable panels, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to meet you today in this event, Utsawa Dharmawacana. We are so grateful to be here today and praise Ida Sayang Widiwasa for his blessing, so we are here in health and full of happiness. Today, I, Madhi Krishna Ananda, would like to talk about Trihita Karna as our main subject of this Dharmawacana. What is Trihita Karna, you might ask? Well, Trihita Karna consists of three words, which are Tri, Hita, and Karna. These three words derive from Sanskrit, which Tri means tree, Hita means happy or prosperous, and Karana means the cause. So the term Trihita Karna means the three causes of happiness. The Hindu's dogma stated that the happiness and prosperity is the aim to be achieved in human's life, both physically and spiritually. The happiness or joy meant by the Hindu's dogma can be obtained by a harmonious interaction between humans and these three elements. These three elements have been here since we were born, and we can't live well without any of these three elements. Therefore, it can be said, we as humans need to make a harmonious relationship with these three elements. If we fail to make a harmonious relationship with these three elements, we would be further away from our goal in life, or even worse, we would be living in misery and suffering. The three elements of Trihita Karna that I'm going to talk about are 1. The relationship between humans and God, 2. The relationship between humans amongst themselves, and 3. The relationship between humans and its natural environment. The first and most important relationship is the relationship between humans and God. When we talk about the relationship between humans and God, we emphasize more on our efforts to always remember, relate, and be grateful with our Creator. Indeed, we have a strong connection due to our Atman as a really small part. Indeed, we have a strong connection due to our Atman as our true self as a really small part of Paramatman or God. This can be exemplified as a magnetic dust that will always be drawn to its core. That is why humans feel the need to make a connection with God attentively as their purpose of its beginning and end to their journey in life. Upanishad as a part of Veda describes human life as water in the river, which longingly wants to reunite with the sea as the source from which it comes from. Human longing converges and objectifies their longings through various different ways due to their own ability and consciousness. Few of them actualize it by surrendering themselves to God, some of them by serving the path of karma, the path of knowledge, or through the path of meditation. Each of these ways has its own distinction and nobility of its own, certainly aims to and be with God. This connection is deliberately built to be more conscious and aware of our existence, which is amoring achintya, dissolved with the source of human and life. The first stage to make a connection with God is to subdue our ego, or ahamkara, because only then will we realize, accept and surrender that God is Almighty. On the other hand, when we finally can conquer our ego, we would know and accept that our ability is limited. That is why we always need to be in connection with God. That is why we always need to be in connection with God as our purpose in our lives. The second relationship that has to be maintained is the relationship between humans amongst themselves. Apart from being individuals, humans are destined to be social beings, or homo socius. Humans can have a beautiful and complete life if only they live with other people or other existences. Human's life is a complex one. Even though we have an expertise in certain fields, we still need others to fulfill our needs that we can provide ourselves. That is why we still need the presence of others to help each other out in certain areas of our lives. Lokanam tu viwardatam mukabahu rupadata ksatria brahmanam ksatria vaisya sudra nu nirawatyat. Meaning, for world safety and prosperity, God creates Brahmins, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra according to body part function, namely God's mouth, God's hand, God's thigh, and God's feet. Knowing this, we need to make a good connection and relationship with others, respect and honor between us, and help each other out, because a good relationship gives meaning to a human's life. This wisdom of living together can be obtained by living the essence of Dharma. which expects humans in this life to measure themselves in every step and decision they make, they would project it to themselves if what they do or decide has a good or bad impact to them as others. This simple yet important secret is what Dharma taught us to have a beautiful and complete life together, to achieve our purpose. If we all can implement this secret in our daily lives, it's certain that we could achieve our purpose with no difficulties. The last but certainly not least is the relationship between humans and its surroundings. This relationship is important for humans because they live in the universe, which is the earth and all things within, including the evolved condition it's in. It's unavoidable human nature, as stated in Veda. This world was purposely created by God to be a milk cow, or kamaduk, to develop human life, as emphasized in Artha Veda. Janam bibrati bahuda wiwacanam nana dharmanam priti yatau kasasam sastra dara drawinasya meduham druwewa denur anapas puranti. Meaning, may the earth be inhabited by people who speak different languages with ceremonies according to where they live, give abundant prosperity like a milk cow that always gives milk. In other words, this universe is the source of artha, or human life needs. Earth as a milk cow can easily be seen. For instance, humans need food, so they get rice from the rice plantation. Humans need meat from the animals and fish that grows on earth. Humans need clothes that can be obtained by the plants that grow on earth. And they cannot create these things, even though it is often said that humans are the highest civilization on earth. They can create something new. They can invent new things, but not necessarily create something new. That is why it's unurgeable to overlook Earth's roles, because they will not survive if the source of artha is annihilated. Wealth is not everything, but natural wealth gives means to humans' purpose in life. As a practice of this dogma in Hindu daily life, it is manifested in their ceremonies, such as tumpak, and not limited to pakalam ceremony, pecharwan, etc. And the most well-known ceremony is nyepi, which gives nature a break for a whole 24 hours. Each of these ceremonies is basically a spiritual effort of nature preservation. Trihita Karana is the basic foundation in Hindus' teachings and beliefs, in accordance with the human relationship with the universe, nature with all things within, and its condition. If everyone can do this in everyday life, it's certain that we wouldn't see any environmental issues as concerns lately. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all what I can share about Trihita Karana today. Hopefully what I convey is useful and can be learned to build a better path to fulfill our existences. I would like to end this Dharmawacana with Paramasanti. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Swastiastu, Om Awiganamastu Namasidam, Om Annabadrah Kertawiyantu Wiswata. My goods come from all directions, my honorable to the jury of Utsawa Dharma Gita, my great respect to organizing committee of Utsawa Dharma Gita National, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's pray and praise gratitude to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa. Because of His mercy, we are still given health and the opportunity to be present in this place. On this occasion, let me present a Dharmawacana entitled Harmony Life is a Hindu. Ladies and gentlemen, harmony life is the dream of everyone. The question is, do you live harmony now? What exactly is harmony based on Hindu scripture? And how to apply this subject in our life? Ladies and gentlemen, harmony in general is a goal that every human being wants to achieve, both individually and in group, because harmony will make it easier to achieve the desired goal. Likewise, religious life certainly harmony at every step so that in crying out life and life in this world can be in harmony, balance, and harmony based on the teaching of each. In general, all religious people believe that the religious teaching they embrace come from God Almighty. Likewise, Hindu believe that the within money in Veda scripture, which made it to foster and religious harmony, tolerance, solidarity, and respect for fellow human beings without differentiating them. This is a state at Dharmawacana Mantra, Canto 3, Chapter 3, 30, page 4. Yena dewa nawiyanti no vidisate mita, tat kramo graha samjanana prunebya. O humanity, unite and reconcile are you the gods are united. I have given you the something, therefore create unity among you. Ladies and gentlemen, like the mantra I have described, it becomes a prayer of peace in harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, peace or peace is the dream of everyone. Even plants, animals need peace. Likewise, the sacred work where the word for everything, through many things, and religious harmony. Therefore, the existing different soul not be used as a barrier in social life. Let alone not understanding that different soul not execute for fighting. Because, especially in until a religious conflict occur, different soul not be used as conflict occur. Because different soul not be pegged in order and color beautiful society. Ladies and gentlemen, how can a harmony be realized? Based on the Dharmawacana mantra, it is stated, the motherland air we be balanced, harmony, peaceful, by support 6 sacred behavior. Is 6 sacred behavior a 6 step to creating peaceful, harmonious, referred as a follow. 1. Satyam means behavior of truth, virtue, honesty, justice, not discriminating against others, and knowledge of holiness in truth. 2. Rutam, natural law and worldly law, behavior ought not so destroy the legal system. 3. Diksha means purify, purification, meditation, holiness in purify. In the Lontar Silakrama 41, it is stated, purify his name, every day purify himself. The gods chant and carry out ceremony of yajna, homayajna, Agnihotra. 4. Tapa means sense control or behaving of refraining from excessive lust. 5. Brahma means praying, chanting of the holy prayer to purify the atmosphere. 6. Yajna means sacred behavior or real action to seriously the sake of Lord Vishnu. Ladies and gentlemen, the edition the Bhagavad Gita also teaching we can attain harmony life. It is stated with the chapter text 29. Bhoktaram yadnyata pasam sarva lokam maheswara surdam sarva bhutanam jinatwamam santir chati. Translation: the sex, knowing me as our ultimate purpose, the sacred and entities, the supreme Lord of all planets and the demigods and the benefactor, and will assure a living entities, attain from the pangs and material miseries. Ladies and gentlemen, from the sloka we can understand the great peace in harmony, the supreme Lord in the beneficary in all humanity. Therefore, we shall use every step to transcendental service of Lord because it is a planet and the demigod's terrain. Thank you very much. Very keen to use. Om Santi 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 Om.